Hello, world! Diablo, Anarchy, Nimby, how's it guys day been? I apologize. But anyways, let's get in there. Yeah, we got a duck. We got a duck friend. It's a duck friend. Anyways, so I started this run a bit ago. Okay, this guy will buy more weapons that I don't need. See, it's the only thing I really want. Not really. Alright, what about over here? Bookstore! That's what we're looking for. Okay. Poison. That is an option. Force bolt. Unnecessary. Donation. Should probably figure out what we're working with here. Wait, hold on. Spellbook of Lift? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to use the spellbook of Lift. Do you have a spellbook of Uber by any chance? I use a spellbook of Uber. Not Lift though. We don't do Lift here. Så kan det gå så kan man säga men. Also, I apologize for that joke. That one was a bad one. I'm sorry. Okay, one thing I'd really appreciate is if they didn't... The fact that I can't walk through neutral characters is kind of annoying. But yeah. I'm here. This is probably gonna be a light one. As far as streams go. Cause I'm just playing by Ernie. Okay, I'm not doing anything crazy. Just here, enjoying the ride. Do I want to try reading the book and seeing what happens? Hold on, how much did I buy it for? 76 gold. Which is not much, so it's probably not a good book. Divine Zeal is not a bad spell to go for. I don't think poison will do very much good. is a roguelike. Like, I like Divine Zeal and all, but I don't know for sure if it's really something that I can get much of out of with the Hermit class. Because I think I need like 60 thaumaturgy to use that one, and yeah, that's really all, honestly. Wait, Overcharge. Was Overcharge mysticism? I think Overcharge was mysticism. Yeah! What does Overcharge do? Reduces... Grants +2 Overcharge connects when I spell. Reduces MP cost, allows HP to be expended... Fuck, I just realized I wasn't talking. I'm freaking dumb. I'm freaking dumb. Reduces MP cost, allows HP to be expended when out of MP and reduces recast time. Oh. Unironically, I have no clue how this works. Okay, so should I just sell this spellbook then? We need to do some cannibalism. Okay, It may be in my best interest to go for poison. The devil I know is probably better than the devil I don't. Alright, let's get out of here then. Well, I'm mostly playing as a stealth character anyway, so it's not really, it doesn't matter that much. So like mysticism is my main type of magic I use. And that's just what matters most here. Because I'm mostly just using Deep Shade and then throwing my duck at people because I can. And that is not a euphemism for anything. It sounds like one, but it is not. Are dots in mysticism? Mysticism does not have a specific affinity towards 4 dots. That doesn't necessarily mean that dots and mysticism are wholly incompatible with one another, but they are certainly not related. Anarchy! Get your head out of the gutter! Bah! I also did successfully complete a bard run recently. And I gotta be honest, that was a fun one. Okay, Mr. Duck. I don't really know if Mr. Duck helped it out with me there. Come on, where are you? There you are. See, Mr. Duck just kind of makes me not have to worry at all about stealth because he's just an annoying duck. Lost a lot of skeletons. gonna just... I don't gotta worry about skeletons when I can just conjure a mushroom and they gotta deal with it. Oh my god, he's still coming after me! Okay. Ita. There's like a part of me that wonders how good this class would be if it was on... If I was using it on a race that actually had a speed stat. Because the biggest issue I've noticed is that the mushroom does not have good speed. To the contrary, the speed stat is quite terrible. Oh, alright, Nicky. Bark isn't too bad for you. No, I know it's been kinda maybe rough. Look, I am just trying my best to not have issues, okay? Because I'm going through it today and tomorrow and yesterday and the day before that. I'm experiencing things, okay? And life is terrible. So you can put your duck in a chest. But I feel like that's kind of a thing you'd never want to actually do. I wonder if the duck would find its way back to you regardless. Like, this thing is just a cursed creature, just a cursed monster that follows you around to the ends of the earth. It'd be like that one duck from Billy and Mandy. And it would exist, it'd exist just to ruin your life and nothing else. Life is terrible, but life is made a lot more terrible watching it coming. Ah, I'm your Kamioshi. You could do better. You can do better. A lot better. You don't want me. You don't want me. Oh, Mr. Troll. Ah, sick! Golden mask. Honestly, I've never actually noticed the pipe actually being all that useful. Oh, also, the piece of mail is labeled "Read Me." I think this is the first time in life that a letter has actively tried to tell me to commit a federal crime. They say life is wasted on the living. That's freaking deep, man. That's so deep. That is like unbelievably deep. Oh my god. I felt that. I felt that. But it right to my core. It's like when somebody like they do some like really dumb poetry or whatever. I'm like you're just like man. That is me right there. That is me. I committed a federal crime for this. Stephen King Deep. I agree. Well, no, it's pronounced Stefan King. You think he'd be mad at? You think he'd be mad if you walked up to him and greeted him like that? Hello, Stefan King. But more like Stefan Poor. Cause you're a poor person. One of the poor. Okay! I'm sure it'd be unbelievably awesome. Nah, he comes off like that, honestly. He kind of comes off like that, like somebody you'd get really upset over something kind of stupid. Like you don't even really need to do much to like goad him into it. He just kind of, guys, just kind of like a you look at him the wrong way, and he will just go fangs out. Just no hesitation. Does not care. He'll hate you forever. How expensive is Overcharge? 10 MP machines bubble. I have no clue what this actually does. Wait a second! Okay, hold on. Okay, so then okay, I think I see how this works. Oh. Okay, I think Overcharge has like a thing to it. It's complicated. And it doesn't make sense, but I think I can make this work. It's kind of weird being able to actually go into a shop without as anything other than a human or automaton, honestly. For one day, Rob promised if I hold my dearest to the highest of possibilities. That was beautiful seed oil. Cotton seed oil. Slay Navik, come on, even. And I'll see even too. Seed oil. Oh god. Aggressive. Let's see here. Spellbook of Council. That one boosts your int stat, which I'm gonna hold on to this one. I'm gonna hold on to it because int is a key stat of mine, so. Okay, wait, hold on. So I take you. Project Spirit. Yeah. I'm smart. I'm smart. Hermit definitely has one of the more interesting kits out of the DLC classes. Though, Bard was also an interesting run, but it got really strong in the end. Like, I honestly think it is actually pretty likely that a Bard could actually become really OP on the end of the game. Like, I could see late game Bard being really strong. Even just like as a, even without allies. Though allies are encouraged. Allies are beneficial and useful to have, but you don't need allies. Hermit, I have no clue. My last attempt at Hermit did not end perfectly. Oh yeah, I forgot about the fact that I can just... Eita. Okay, then we go for... Troll's Blood is also useful. Why are all the really good thaumaturgy spells like level 30? I swear, I can't freaking get... You can never use them. No, it's very technical gameplay. We found ducks, everyone. We throw ducks at people. We use astral projection to harass them. Mercilessly harass them as well. Like not even... Hi, Morshu. Okay, his name is actually Sydney. His name is Sydney. That's a girl's name. Also named after a city in Australia, which is double cringe. And deserves even more bullying. Let's see, Decrepit Lockpick. Plus 20 trading skill bonus, 100% gold weight reduction. Plus 1 decrepit gold mask. You know what, let's go for it, let's go for it. If nothing else, for the drip. The absolute drip of just wearing the Pharaoh's death mask. Can't believe you tell that in Sydney's earshot. I've seen a man attack someone over that statement. It's because he knows. He knows where he is in the pecking order. And he's forever disappointed with himself because of that fact. Some enemies are really quick for whatever reason to suddenly face you whenever you do this. For what it's worth, the pipe is kinda... eh. It either works or it doesn't, and I honestly have no way of verifying that it works. Alright, you wanna know what true power is? When you get over 5,000 gold as a gnome. That's when you achieve true magical power. Because they get a weird buff. Because you gotta remember, gnomes are all about dem bills, alright? Also they control the barony economy, but that's neither here nor there. We're gonna have to talk about the barony financial system. Ah, let's go! +1 braces of constitution. Pipe for the RP factor. Also, +20 trading skill is actually unironically really good. No, like that's the difference between actually making money and nothing else. I personally just find it kind of funny how, you know. The gnomes. The gnomes are so obsessed with money that their entire gameplay is around it. It's always something dumb that kills you in the end. I have the weirdest feeling. The thing that's gonna keep me from ever beating the game as a Mycenoid is purely just because I don't care much for the Mycenoid, but I like the Hermit. Look, it's like it comes down to two things. I prefer the Dryad if I want my plant guys. Mostly because if I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the short Dryad is significantly more canny than the short Mycenoid is. I could not possibly explain to you why. I just feel it more with the Dryad. Not really, it's just the truth. Okay, my thing with the growth tier 3 is that it gives you more defense. It's like 30% damage resistance is really hard to say no to. I can't say no to it. Or was it 20%? It doesn't really matter. A lot of physical resistance, which makes a very big difference. Also, notice that the Mycenoid also gets launched easier. Trying to get stealth levels, but it doesn't really work very well. Is the Hermit class select to Mycenoid? You gotta beat the game as a Mycenoid to get it on other races. Other than human, of course. But humans can play any class when you get the DLC. I also have absolutely no clue how on earth you're expected to beat the game as a sapper. I am at least solo. Because the solo sapper experience is just incredible. Not a big fan of the flail. That is just my personal opinion though. And the bolas are odd. Very odd. Well, that didn't work out too well. It is what it is. This is... I mean, really on floor one, I've already got like 3 spell books, so I think we're looking pretty good so far. Not really the biggest fan of how they changed appraisal in this game, honestly. On this update. As a sapper, you can break every grave so you see and spawn shadows for a 100% loss rate. Ask me how you know. Dude! Are you saying that you can accidentally spawn shadows? What even is that run? But also, I really like how the class just starts with Deep Shade. Deep Shade is a fun spell. Mostly because it's very tailored to the concept of playing stealth. And we like stealth. There's a grab another lockpick. Yeah, and honestly, I think the Sapper probably would be one of those classes that'd be pretty, not well tailored to the concept of, taking out a, not well tailored to killing shadows, because I don't know, do the bolas work on the shadows? I don't know why, it feels like they wouldn't. I gotta get that vibe they wouldn't. I like how the Dryad and the Mycenoid also engage in a bit of self-cannibalization. Hate slime! Slime hate! What race is tied to the Sapper unlock? That's the Gremlin. I'm gonna be honest. The Gremlin was the least interesting class that they added to this, or race that they added to this. Do I want to make some rations? Do I benefit from making any rations? Actually, wait. Plus 16. No, I'm making hearty rations out of it. Alright, not hearty. Yeah, no hearty. Oh, wait. Not what I meant to make. I think what I just wanted to make was sweet rations. I like the concept of the Sapper. My main issue is just like, you know. Frying pan is kind of, it seems interesting, but the problem is like, you know. Not something you get used to very often. But hey, you gotta remember the first rule of dealing with the shadows. They can never be stronger than you are. Shadows are hilariously easy to fight, by the way, when you're playing as a bard. Because everything is so buff heavy as a bard. So, you don't even really feel the danger because you get all those buffs. Meanwhile, they have like your kind of mids at best stats. Also, they can't parry, so... Wait. No, Sweet Ration is buff to your... what's it called? It gives you a HP and MP regen. Minor heal other shadow objects. Exercise. Thorns. Windgate. Okay, so let's just say hypothetically. I combined thorns and spores. Would that work in my favor, or would I just not get anything out of it? Okay, force bolt. We take force bolt. I can't complain about force bolt. I'm gonna go look through the rest of the area. Cause I start off with spores, and thorns is the dryad, so. He was reaching. He was reaching. You didn't see it, but he was reaching. Minor healer. Okay, well. Wow, this is worthless. So is wearing the iron armor a good call, or should I just toss it? Kinda getting the vibe I should just toss it. But a part of me also thinks it's... Look, in the long term, it should work just fine. Look, you gotta remember that I'm playing as a hermit. So it's just me, my duck, and that's all I gotta look forward to in life. I have no clue what about hermits makes you think of ducks. I just find it funny how much effort they put in to make the duck as authentic as possible. I mean, right down to the part where it goes around annoying everyone. Anarchy! I definitely hope everything's good. Or is the belt down again? Okay, confuse. I think... I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna sell confuse. Ah, okay. Level 2 thaumaturgy! How dare you! How dare you! But I'll wear confused anyways. I don't need you. And sadly, because of the way that things work now, it's really hard to find light. Which is, in my opinion... Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Why is it always a mimic? You know, Germinate really is a good spell on the Mycenoid. Like every level you get another, you can summon an extra mushroom. at this. All you have to do is just not wear a helmet, and I don't normally wear helmets because the helmet looks bad. Ah, no worries. I also know that Menace came out and you were pretty excited for that one. Alright, duck friend. Harass the gnome! You have done me well, my duck friend. Yeah, main character, no helmets. You don't wear helmets because you gotta be able to see the very famous and very talented Hollywood actor son that we hired for this role. You ever notice how it's really common over in the East? Or at least it's more common in the East for people to want to hide their faces. Because they want their work to speak for itself. Isn't that just an interesting quality? That perhaps may speak to something more on a cultural level. I'm just saying. It's a thought. That's a thought. Ah, now you just hurt me. Now you just hurt me. I'm not that edgy. Okay, I am not edgy, but you see? Yes, he buys my expensive stuff. I'll sell the artifact helmet to him. Should have waited for the gold mask to get a price actually. Can I price this? No. I don't have high enough lore skill. Alright then. Over. You kind of get launched more when you're when you get the bigger mushroom. Okay, got a fluorite. That's not worthless, but not really worth a lot either. team have been still keeping up with it for a bit. No Man's Sky. Kinda wonder what they're planning on doing for the next update. Because I know there is still quite a bit left to be done, but like... Why? Sheesh. That was close. Close than I can say I feel comfortable with. Not on my way right now. Clearly the solution is booze. Lots of drinking. After all, this is not the sort of fight that one wins sober. I think I should probably cut my losses. Actually, it's not even losses that I'm cutting here. It really is just, I need to just accept that I've won and get out of here before I end up having issues. Because the biggest point of failure that the majority of gamblers suffer from is the part where you forget about the part where you actually, you know... actually turn around, go home. Carsley, welcome, how's it even? Ah, nice! Spellbook of Light! That's unironically actually one of the ones that I did need right there. See, that's how you get early game thaumaturgy levels. You use the light spell. And I don't really need to even use the light spell anymore because I just got a staff for it. And you only need 3 levels in tinkering before you start having to worry about your... your stuff being locked all the time. Spell Maximize. Not useful for this current build, but it's a spell that exists in a place learn to take the L from time to time. Mostly because I tend to save scum a little too much, and honestly that run was anything truly remarkable. Alright, Diablo. Let's try another Scion run. Barony definitely has been doing a good job in terms of adding an assortment of adorable things to have as companions. Seriously? Can't open doors. Wait, does this break or... I don't think it breaks. Doesn't really say if it breaks or not. Great, move over here. That did not work. Ah, okay, there we go. And you go over there. And then we... I did what I could! I was trying to do it funny! Okay, it was funny for like half a second, then it wasn't funny. Oh no. I was fair this game with doing music. You know, that actually is fair. That actually is fair. That actually is fair. I think doing music is kind of fitting. Been, I'll be honest, I'm still kind of going through a lot of stuff mentally, so it's been kind of just ugh. Not running the best spot right now. Just all the stuff going on. It's just been one of those weeks, you know, one thing after another. Gets better, but I also admit it feels at times like it does, like it won't. Not that I want to try to give anybody the impression that I just feel like I'm kind of guilt-tripping people at times. I guess this is how it feels. Nah, it's not really a matter of venting. It's just like I can't help it some days. Like I get kind of caught up in. Yeah, the fact that I have problems. Oh yeah, I forgot the Dryad has just like really strong MP region. Still though, I definitely don't want to go pushing people away because of my issues. Feels like I am though. Either way, trying to think of better things to talk about I think that the Dryad is significantly cuter than the Mycenoid. Also, that was unbelievably close. Like seriously, if I didn't drink that health potion when I did, I would have died. I drank a health potion, like right at the last second. I won't pretend though. That was very close. No, I gotta save it. I gotta save it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Does telekinesis work on rocks when they're not? Wait, hold on. Can I don't think it's happening. Like, I part of me was wondering, like, yeah, can I just get infinite boulders? because infinite boulders would be great. Over. Am I gonna hate watch the Fallout show? Oh god, it's a lot of them! I almost killed them all. I thought only one could spawn at once. I think I was like 2 or 3 right there. I like two of them followed me though, but I think my sprite might have gotten one of them off me. Based on everything I've heard, I just can't see myself enjoying the Fallout show in any circumstances, honestly. No, it's like, I'm sorry. I just don't think it's happening. I just don't think it's happening. The rat has been squeezed. Sperma say play New Vegas instead. Honestly, mood. Or, better yet, stop being a tourist and play a real Fallout game. Like Fallout Tactics. Or Brotherhood of Steel. Yeah, it's bad. I couldn't finish that one. I couldn't finish that one. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The Scion actually, the Scion actually has a improved charisma growth, despite the fact that the Dryad has actually reduced charisma growth. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that was a rough start though. We'll try it Bard then. This is what we're gonna do. Especially when you can't recruit any allies. At least you can one-shot rats from behind. So that's cool. Yeah, we're doing the bard run! I wondered if thorns paired with their posting actually does extra damage. I actually don't know how effective thorns is though. Hold on. Does it say? It also attacks and uses detonation to plus 10 damage. Plus 4 magic damage to melee attackers. Got a decent number of bard stuff to do anyways. Okay, so 3 normally. Wait, hold on. Oh! Wait, but that guy had an axe, so that actually makes sense. Oh my god, dude. Trying to find a skeleton that doesn't use a freaking axe is... I got him to kill himself. That's the moral victory. That's the moral win. Okay, 4 normally. Okay, so I think that Thorns does actually pair with it. Maybe Paladin would be a better call, honestly, then. Because Paladin actually is better suited to this sort of stuff. Yeah, it was not a good call to go for. Look, I've done a bard run before. It's honestly pretty fun, especially when you play as a gnome, because then you can just recruit basically anything. Okay, wait, so if I do Mycenoid then... Will spores activate on our post? The music changes when you're in combat versus not in combat. Okay, yeah. So spores do activate on parry. That is a notable occurrence. Too bad it does not seem to do much against skeletons or whatever. it'd be fun to play when you're playing with friends. Like a lot of friends. This also has the paladin option. I also like how when you're playing as the smaller races, the weapons don't really change size at all. I mean, Paladin plus short Dryad is just absolutely just the cutest thing ever. Nothing changes size. The claymore is as big as the Dryad is. At least they vaguely have the timing for parrying down. It's just a little bit demanding at times, is all. Because, you know. Ah, frick. And then, yeah, so you can blame it. When you actually get it to work. What about the gnomes? Are they cute? I mean, they're gnomes, so they're only as cute as gnomes can be. Now that depends on your personal view of gnomes and not a fan, personally. Not a fan. Figured out, like, vaguely how these things work, but I will admit, I wouldn't mind if maybe they sped up how the symbols activate. See, once you get going, you get going. I should really just stop trying to play the racial classes specifically. Because another game definitely consider things like multiplayer in the game balance. Let's see here. 4 seconds. Effect duration per cycle. Okay, wait, so it's based on your charisma stat. Okay, wait, so okay, the paladin has an acceptable charisma stat. And then I realized I'm playing as a race that has poor charisma. This can only end well, of course. I also made a bit of a blunder regarding my current. I forgot to activate Divine Zeal. Which makes me stronger, specifically against the undead and demons. Do I need DLC for this game? Okay, look. Is the DLC worth it? Yes. Do you need it? I mean, personally, no, not really. Let's see, unfortunately, finding friends to play very with this is impossible because nobody likes to play with me in the game. I just wanna go into the dungeon with my friends. Then again, for what it's worth, I also never ask anyone, so they probably don't even know. But collabs are a pain to do. And trying to do anything with friends is demanding. The headstone is blank. Barony, the greatest RPG in history. The only RPG that deserves to win a daytime Emmy. It was a slow season. I don't really know what else to say there. I got a little bit carried away there. Yeah, this game is multiplayer. Yeah, it's like up to 4 players. I think the game was always multiplayer, honestly. I don't really know for sure though, because I never played this game prior to like the earliest update I remember being really significant was Quality of Death. That's when I kind of got in. Like I got in like right before that. It's like right before the UI started looking good. I think it was like Cursed Edition or whatever that I originally was playing. I can't remember though. It's been a bit. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever had any scenarios where like this game wasn't fun to play with friends. Generally, I think everybody enjoy the game. Here's Tom, lost a game of Russian roulette. Well, Tom was probably a particularly was an individual who had a bit of a problem with risk taking. And for that reason, he probably was going to die something dumb or otherwise. Hey, bats! Shit, yes, 1 MP every 5 seconds. And I am pure storage, and I thought... 1 MP every 11.8 seconds. Don't know I'm getting +2 on the region there. Maybe because negative numbers aren't really considered. You see that? I killed a rat! Very easily, too. He deserved it. Because he was a dirty rat. Also, he did not greet me by saying cheese to meet you, and I personally found that deeply offensive. Honestly, Karen, I can't think of cheese to meet you without thinking of that one. Hella mean. Well, it's just like, I meet someone. I'm cheesed to meet them. The case goes cold. I meet someone. I don't think that was the whole thing, though. I think there was more to it, but it's just like at some point, it's just turned into the case goes cold. And we all know what happened. It wasn't pretty at all. God, wonderful. Sheesh, those axe guys are rough. Not the slightest bit nice. Should play Dustborn. I've heard a lot of good things about that game. I know! I will not play EU propaganda. The only propaganda I engage with is American police propaganda that exclusively portrays the police as the good guys, no matter the context. I'll say it's Baltimore police. I'm supposed to look at anything from Baltimore as though it's a good thing. Like, seriously. Who do I think I am? Who do you think you are? The sun don't shine like it used to. Some would argue that the sun shines a little bit hotter than it used to. Okay, Oh, also, by the way, when playing as a gnome, nothing changes. The gnomes are still hostile to you at all times. The gnome says cheep 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 as he strikes you. You're only a good police officer if there's at least the potential for a misconduct suit. Like what? You're gonna make me a police officer and not expect me to turn this into just some very bad things, very bad things. See, and this is why I'm not a police officer. Listen, guys, these are the guys that take your guns. I think not. I think not. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. You don't give anybody the boot without expecting them to at least put it on someone's neck, okay? Because nobody likes weak boot users. This has suddenly turned very bad all of a sudden. Do not know what the solution is. Close enough. General store. I'll just sell off stuff I don't really need. I just sold off some cans I don't need, because surely a can opener will never suddenly come into my life. The can opener is never so generous after all. I'm keeping that pickaxe though. You never know when you need a pickaxe after all. Cause I yearn for the mines. It's just a specific spooter. Other spooters are cool. Oh no! That succubus stole my armor! She's revealed how emaciated I am underneath it! However will I live like this? Alright, let's see if I can find out before this turns into a problem. I don't think there's enough time though. Yeah, no, but there really isn't much time, honestly. I probably should. Oh, fuck. I actually don't know how to go about this. I also need to verify whether or not there's a town, and it doesn't look like Mine Town is here. Which... Dude, seriously, where could she have possibly run off to? Okay, fine, whatever. I'm leaving. You know, one day, Mr. Minotaur, one day, it'll be me ambushing you. Oh frick, oh frick, oh frick, oh frick! Oh. Nailman. Growth percent per mark consumes short form buffs % and plus 5% evasion. Wait, what? Right, so... So apparently I have evasion. They really need to explain the difference in tall and short forms for the races, because honestly, it doesn't really explain very well what any of them do. But you know, that's just how things go. Sadly, the Claymore isn't lasting nearly as long as I'd hope it would. It's one of those weapons that breaks way too fast. In my experience, at least. Poison resistance, poison resistance. Olympic swimming, but it's cursed. Adornment, adornment. I can't find anything of actual value. But whatever, whatever. This is just me over here. Doing my best, living my best. A curse to move curse? Never heard that one before. I actually hear it pretty regularly. See, when you're relying almost exclusively on parrying to do all your stuff, suddenly everything becomes a little bit, everything becomes a little bit scarier. But hey, it's exciting if nothing else. It's also pretty fun going to hell as a paladin. Get that, just feeling all those demons just turning into just paste. Now, if it wasn't a Doom reference already, suddenly it becomes even more of a Doom reference. Thank you for hydrate, Diablo. Blank +2 scroll. There is utility here. Not great utility, but there's utility here. And Envenom weapon. Actually damaging magic, like Divine Zeal is good and all, but it's not really good against anything but skeletons. Then you get into the mid game, and unfortunately it doesn't do bonus damage to goblins, even though it should. Epic battle right there, and then that rat just walks in and just totally ruins it. I will remember this. I will remember this. Yeah, parrying is definitely pretty rough to figure out. Like, you kind of gotta get a feel for the timing on it, because it's a bit of like a... It's not quite like blocking where you can just do it infinitely. And some enemies don't really attack at the same frequency as others. Like, rats are a little bit slower than skeletons, for example. Ugh. I dodged an attack and that actually kind of messed me up, honestly. Wasn't prepared for it. There's an irony here. A very deep irony here. Also, I keep forgetting to activate Divine Zeal. No, the closest thing to racism magic we have in this game. But then again, it's really hard to be racist towards, towards demons and what have you. It's only natural to want to kill them. But then again, some would argue, can you even kill something that isn't even alive? At least they start off with extra healing just to... which is somewhat useful. Nedak has a genocide skull. When you use it, you get a text box and enter whatever you want inside it. It's always when you least expect it. That is pretty cool, though. That is pretty cool, though. I mean, they're expecting me to take on 2 skeletons at once. That's too much of an ask. They're monsters. They're monsters. Okay, so... That felt good! Oh, those rats! They didn't stand a chance! Smells like 8 rats in that room. There are a lot of rats. So the question really does come to, do I want to wear a helmet? Honestly, I think I probably shouldn't. Just because I get more magic power. You know, I can't complain too much, show. Algernon will always probably be my favorite boss enemy spawn. Just because he spawns with like a ton of rats, and I get so much serotonin killing like 100 rats that way. And then I get significantly less serotonin when I fail to kill the rats. Also, he gives you a ton of levels because that's a lot of enemies you gotta kill. Like early game, that is a big level jump, like 4 levels. I feel like I just gained a lot of levels. But I can do better. I could do better. Thank you, unnamed random archer guy. I needed the XP. I'm now in my terrorizing the dungeon phase. Now just everybody should just know I am to be feared above all else. Also, random humans are just kind of useless to me anyways. Doesn't matter there. Actually, we should probably heal at least a little. How effective does it do? Did you set purple? Okay, so the spell healing does improve as you level up. Okay. Okay, so that's Thumpus, right? That is Thumpus. Okay, I need to verify. How much in here should I be afraid of? There is a single staff guy in there. Okay, so... Suppose when it comes to things I could do, I could just, try to keep hidden from him. And then let him just burn out his staff. But then I can't use the staff. You see, I turned Thumpus and Nada and his gnome friend against one another. Using my incredible skills at subterfuge and the other stuff. I dropped the. Are you really gonna take that from him? And then it turned into a big fight, and it was incredible. I know how to politic. I know how to politic. Also, it's not an ogre. It's a troll. You know, some races and classes in this game have really good synergy. Then you get the shaman with like any of the plant people classes, races. Absolutely no compatibility whatsoever. It really comes down to the fact that they are. Main reason why is because when you use the shaman transformations, you'll lose your foliage. And as we all know, foliage is the most important thing to a plant person. It's a sign of status. Am I sure I want to do this? I'm just gonna... Unfortunately for him, I had a staff of my own, so it was a fair fight for once. That's a lot of dots. To say hello to my broomstick. Is that what we're doing now? I mean, listen, you're free to think whatever you want. I just, I think a shotgun is better. I got good rings. I got good rings. I may as well just sell off that emerald. Well, I got a minute. Oh, this guy's probably having a warning. What happened to the dungeon stays in the dungeon. This is lore, by the way. Unfortunately, all that nut made me vomit. I suppose it is fair, though. Few people could eat that many nuts without vomiting, after all. Yeah, I was just eating nuts. Cause the dryad makes nuts. That's their own version of self-cannibalism, like the mycenoids have. Yeah, no, it's astonishing anybody could eat that many nuts, you know? It's a lot of nuts. Yeah, and when you get enough nuts, it'll let you know that nut really hit the spot. I got a lot of nuts. I really don't like where this is going, by the way. You overstepped. You overstepped. Stupid gnome. I shouldn't have gotten in there, honestly. That wasn't much to be gained, and Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a helmetless though for this one. That was the worst mimic placement possible! In that specific room! A mimic is kinda dangerous. Alright, Diablo, I have to sleep well. Okay, Funny Bones definitely is strong. Perhaps strong enough that even Divine Zeal is enough. For what it's worth, between Thorns and Divine Zeal, I probably should use Divine Zeal more, because Thorns is kind of an... It's a bit of a meme, honestly. I mean, Thorns damage caps out at like 10 damage, so it's not really good. When you think about it. No matter how much I complain, I always do my best, Diablo. Well, come on, Ganeki. Okay, closer than like it to be. Gotta heal now. Gotta heal. I got a nut. I ran out of Divine Zeal. I gotta wait for my mana recharge. That's two boulders. Two very, very scarily placed boulders. There was no sign that they'd gone off in the past, but they were just gone. can't say. I actually do appreciate that parrying is not an outright... It's not outright better than regular blocking is. Because while it does keep your option slot open, it's not good enough to actually... It won't take you to the end of the game on its own. At least not in the same way blocking will. Blocking is kind of its own thing or comparison. I appreciate the implementation personally. Aw, man. If somebody decided to run a team where the combination features a bard and a mesmer, I think you could get some serious damage done with that setup. Like, seriously. You got a mesmer who's able to consistently recruit people, and a bard who can buff all of their party members. I think you could do some damage with that. Though this game does have a bit of a tendency to lag sometimes when it comes to support characters. Ugh. Wait, -1 blindfold only gives a -1 perception. Weird. I'm not gonna put it on, of course, because you can't take it off, but still. You can have all the people in the comments just coward. Spellbook of Ignite! Let's go! I know it's antithetical to my very, to the race that I'm playing as, but still. Actually, Ignite's a pretty decent spell. Not at this stage of the game, but like later in the game. It is at least somewhat underrated how useful it is to be able to just light an enemy on fire. Now, you just walk up to a guy, light him on fire. Alright, I'll see you 1 potion of sickness. And I'll buy you. I could buy an extra healing, but it's kind of expensive. I'll buy a few healing potions. It's not much, but it should at least help a little. Alright, exit's been located. You know, guys, Barony is one of the few games that I can think of that gives you the opportunity to not only cream pie your friends, but also lets you eat your own nut. It truly is an astounding game in that regard. Yeah, the bravery of it all. Poor people commenting as they make up a guys is weird. Yeah. When you're playing as a dryad, you can make nuts. And you can throw cream pies at your friends, Carsling. You were playing it would be weird. I just said, I know, right? If you can make it weirder than I can, I don't know what your problem is. Honestly, that's like bordering on, you know, belongs in an institution level right there. Over. Yeah! Kill the Minotaur! Yeah! 4-2! 4-2 Minotaur kill! Let's go! 4-2 Minotaur kill! I did it! I didn't need any help at all! None at all! Yeah, I should probably not continue that fight, cause I was pushing my luck there. Anyways, +3 cloak right there. +2 hood. I'm not wearing helmets though. Could use the boots though. The boots is useful. Normally you don't get to kill the Minotaur on 4-2. Okay, it's an accomplishment. Oh, I broke the faucet! Dang it! I got an emerald out of that. I feel like I should have gotten something more. I feel like on the later floors you get more out of killing the Minotaur. Not that it changes much. Okay, wait, so I'm curious. Why does holy damage do extra to skeletons? This is an important question. Like, is it because they're unnatural, or like, what's the specific cause here? It's a good thing. It's a good thing you weren't planning on saying anything like that, Anarchy. Darling, you don't want to be labeled as a gross OG-san, do you? That'd be really embarrassing to be labeled like that. Okay, plus 2 Coco protections are actually very useful. But skeletons have lots of holes. I mean, have you looked at a skeleton? There's a lot of holes in skeletons. In fact, I can think of nothing that has more holes than something that's undead. Really sits off the trypophobia or whatever it's called. Not the right one. Ah, okay. So the way holy damage works is it gives you brittle bone disease. It gives you hollow bones like birds have. Okay, another general store. General stores are only good if you have something you need to sell. Otherwise, I don't really know if I feel like they're all that useful to have. Okay, buying some lockpicks for it won't hurt me too much. Oh wait, I'll sell the emerald! I'll sell that emerald. Now I got some spending money. That's one thing I like about games like this. I can embrace fantasies that could never possibly happen in real life. Like actually having money. Dang it, I gotta stop trying to make things depressing. Like actually being able to destroy the forces of evil. Oh wait. That's also depressing. Because we live in the timeline where the forces of evil won. I wonder if one of those hardware stores is also selling a can opener. To Brokey, where's your Bugatti? My daddy can only afford a Nissan. I have to remain a Ferrari peasant. Bobby Killers and millions. Man, remember the days when you could just, you know, like, you get like a half decent VTuber model, and next thing you know, everybody looks at you like you're like the greatest thing ever. live in the modern age where the only way to get anywhere is through view botting like Burnt Peanut does. See, everybody laughs at him for being cringe. Instead, I hate him because I, unlike him, cannot afford to viewbot extensively. Come on, welcome! What's it even? Black and all in bed. I hope they sleep well at least. No worries. I can promise you one thing though. I'm still probably gonna be loud regardless. Situation. I don't really have a decent replacement and shut up, man, Angie. Siege. I can't believe Claymore-san is killed. I actually really don't know what to do now, cause that's a lot of my stuff gone now. There's an axe. And there's a keyhole. So this bronze sword isn't cursed. It is not cursed. The game continues. Unfortunately, however, it is a very weak weapon. So I'll just have to make do until I can find a replacement. Or at least something to repair Claymore-san with. Listen, Mr. Mimic, I'm sorry that I put my lockpick into your keyhole. It's just, you guys just left it there. It just felt right in the moment. I gotta stop being like this. This is why I have problems. This is why my friends don't want to hang out with me ever. That 5.7 seconds. Almost enough to maintain Divine Zeal indefinitely. Almost enough. I still need to find an option for Claymore-san. No, it's close. Okay, so there's Windgate and Arcane Mark. Both of which are beyond my ability to learn it, you know. But I think if I keep going, if I hold on long enough, I'll be able to learn them. Addies. What addies? Do I have an amulet of Olympic swimming? Now I gotta figure out what I'm doing here, cause there is the unfortunate truth of the matter now being that well, I'm past the point now where I can just spam Divine Zeal and hope for the best. I'll just go around killing random humans when I see them. Not that much reason to keep them alive after all. It's more merciful for me to kill them, you know. There's only suffering to be found in this place. Spell of donation! Let's see here. Reveal the breakable and the current dungeon floor yielding divine rewards. $20 NP per use. That is expensive. At least I have a high sword skill. It won't do me much good though if do you by any chance happen to be selling any? Nah, I figured not. I'll sell you a potion of sickness. Okay, I'll buy those fish from you. Cause rolling the dice on eating 11 pieces of moldy cheese was not a good decision. Whoa! Restore magic? For real? I'm not deemed worthy of an additional donation. I guess that's just God saying, don't be greedy. But he doesn't understand. He made us this way. It's a big ask. Telling this to go against their very nature.
That was too big to do.
Ah. Sky allies, not useful. I'm sorry, I just don't think Sky Allies is a very useful spell. I don't know what that did. Supposedly it did something, but I don't know what though. Get a charisma. I don't really get a charisma stat due to being a due to the tree stuff, which I find kind of ironic because you'd think that because look at how cute the small dryad is. Or maybe it's more about just, not really so much that the... No, it's more of like, the stats that you really don't want. No, you're just an antisocial jerk. Alright then, this is complicated. Of course, it's when it counts the most that suddenly we're having these issues. Jack, welcome, Mr. Steven. Alright, activate thorns. I'm restarting. I don't like fighting. I don't like fighting you. Sinister, welcome, Steven. Oh no, okay. I was fighting a mimic. Sworn by the way they said that they nerfed the mimics. I have felt no nerfs whatsoever on the part of the mimic. Frankly, the mimic feels the same as it ever has been. that just destroys runs. Ah! Finally! Can I sit on fire? I cannot, no. Is the mimic immune to fire? If so, that is very annoying, actually. Or maybe it's just the... Ignite is just such an absurdly difficult spell to activate. If asked, I wouldn't have assumed. I really just would have I would have guessed the mimic wasn't that difficult. Or that Ignite wouldn't be that difficult to activate, but no. Seems genuinely one of the worst AoEs in the game. I guess just not what I would have thought, honestly. I love a high magic defense stats. Magic defense is their lowest stat, actually. Nah, it really is just pure, it's just raw physical defenses. And the worst part is, they just don't care. Cannot be bothered to care. Over. What is it? Oh no! I don't know the fire resistance armor by any chance, do I? I do not know. Well. Ideal. Now, where was that book of donation? One irony that I've noticed is that burning resistance, good. There it is. Spellbook of donation. And apparently it gets stronger as your magic power gets stronger. Which is kind of insane actually to think about. Okay. Cool. Don't up another towel. Towel is when you need a towel the most that the game does not provide. Is it odd that it seems since it's different from generalized perspective? ideal. What crimes we committed today? There are no crimes. Unless you count survival as a crime. And some probably would. 40 gold pieces. Oh, thank you. Divine. Not the least bit dissatisfied with this. Not at all. I don't know what to do with this. My cloak still works at least. Fire arrow hate! Okay, force sucks is on. Doesn't matter, I've already seen everything there is to be seen. Need to see what kind of store this is. It's a double store. Let's go! Do you sell weapons? No? It's biggie not. I buy those magic, I store potions though. Seek. Not that I really need, honestly. You have disappointed me, Mr. Hunting Good Salesman. Oh, my boots broke. Well, we got some new iron ones over here. Oh my god, they just keep on coming, don't they? Okay, cool. All my stuff just broke. This really is starting to feel like a freaking Fortnite playthrough. I just... The everything goes wrong Fortnite attempt. It's like, geez. Anybody who regularly plays Fortnite knows what I'm talking about. Just where you look at playing and just it absolutely overk. Hey! Last fight game you play is the 100 vs 100. Wah. I had no clue.
Best of luck.
was a good run too, by the way. Really just ended up coming down to freaking got stuck dealing with items and getting chased around by enemies, and then next thing I know I ended up getting crushed by the Minotaur in the end. Wasn't really helped by the fact that that I ended up getting caught between in a bit of a weird spot because of just because of the way that it was set up. If I knew where the exit was, it probably would have been fine actually. Hello. One thing I do actually really like though about playing Paladin is also that you kind of have like the symbol of Sanctuary works like a torch, so it lights the room up for you. Just a nice extra thing to have around. Sometimes this game isn't nice about giving you different things to work with. There's an achievement for carrying around multiple types of keys, by the way. I don't know what the best thing about that is, but still. I'm thinking maybe a Scion run would be the best place to attempt it, but I can't really say with any certainty because it's kind of a bit of an awkward thing. Because that depends on you finding extra keys and also having the Forge Key spell, which kind of is its own can of worms up to open. Just that requires... Oh, frick. Alright, let's do this. Yeah! Bunny balls down! And with minimal damage! That's what I like to see. Every time I see that one book, The Flying Minecart, I can't help but think that's like the name of like a Minecraft YouTube channel. That ends up getting bad allegations after a while. So you don't have to make any specific allegations because you just kind of know. No, the first place you could ever go wrong on the internet. Starting a Minecraft YouTube channel. should be on the rules of the internet right there. Never make a Minecraft YouTube channel. It's a very good way to end up getting... Actually, I think the achievement for that one is called Janitor. Also, welcome, Space Marine. I just now realized that you came in. I apologize. Actually, you know what? No, this is an apology that needs to be given. One, thank you guys so very much for 1,600 followers on Twitch. I suck at keeping track of YouTube. I need to get that verified, but still. I was at the platform. I got Chirora and Parashu on the same run. 758. You know what? That's still a lot right there. And alongside that, I am sorry. I've been kind of doing... Not kind of. I've just been doing a bad job of things. Whether or not I have a good reason or an excuse, it doesn't matter. No, you won't. You know how long I've been trying to get to 2K on Twitch? Too long is the answer. I've given up. That's right, team. I've managed the ultimate content creation flex. I don't care anymore. My intentions now are the purest they've ever been. Because I know it's not happening. Just not happening. Why is every single tournament's gotta be a mimic? I feel like I've noticed like a much higher frequency of mimics as well lately. Also, Dash is a pretty good find right there, actually. It's a very good find, as a matter of fact. Oh, come on! Well, I can't just ignore it. This freaking sucks! Bishop. I might just be able to make this work. That was closer than I'd like to admit. But, in the end, I walked away on top. As always. a mess. Alternatively, I could have probably used that tomahawk, but whatever. The important thing here is that I got done what needed to be done, and I didn't get myself killed too easily. Did, however, cost a lot of resources, which is kind of its own question. I don't know. It's like one thing I have learned over the years is that, you know, just generally speaking, you know, when you have too much mental illness, it's a good sign that you're just not really meant to really go anywhere with some things. Yeah, and then some people will be like, what do you mean I'll be tubers or mentally ill? Now look, I'm not gonna go calling anybody a fake fan of mental illness. But I think the FaZe girls are fake fans of mental illness. Mentally ill when it's convenient. Not real mental illness like I have. That's right. I'm calling you out. Wait, what's this stuff? Interesting. Grants level up pleasant. I didn't know that was a thing I'd put in this game. Does it show up in the compendium? Or... Oh, there it is, actually. Also goes all the way up to 50%. Do well do that, or... Yeah, let them do it. That's a notable detail. Beautiful princess disorder is surprisingly common. Is that what they're calling it nowadays? Fair, I suppose. Also, I'm gonna be honest, 200 gold for obsidian. Kind of asking too much, I feel like. It's like, oh geez, volcanic glass. Truly, you are someone who is a cultured individual who is very capable of... You get the point. You get the point. There's nothing special about obsidian. Especially the game studio. Those guys, they ain't nothing. Alright? They ain't bad. They ain't nothing. really blame Chris Avalon for kinda going a little crazy. I also do admit, I kinda would appreciate if you actually did try, you know, making something. Like, I don't necessarily blame the guy for, like, you know, feeling a little bit salty about what happened to Van Buren. Because, you know what? Fair. Just fair. But at the same time, you know, there's some good stuff out there, and you're missing it. Oh God, Sujaka, you should probably, yeah, you should probably call it. You know, I wonder if all the blacking is it's causing Claymore to break so quickly. Only plus 40% durability. Weapon negate chance and 0 damage dealt. Normal strikes. Actually, I wonder if that's the issue with. But I guess the fact of the matter is, they should probably be a bit careful now. Hey, we got light. Cool. Do you have a light? Unfortunately, I cannot provide light to you. However, I can provide you the cold void. Because I'm edgy. I'm edgy. Dude, I'm only on 3 or 4, and I've already reached like 20-something lore. How does that happen? Not easily. Not easily. That's how that happens. Okay, so I should probably cool on to this iron sword for now. And use that when I need more stuff there. Okay, so I've gotten a magic mace and a magic axe. Cannot, for the life of me, get a magic sword. That would have been very annoying if a succubus or something showed up. Again? Anarchy, I am almost convinced that it's just like a natural state over there. You know, they're just over here like, birds swim, fish fly, and brother. I break down at the most inconvenient times possible. How inconvenient is depends on, whether or not you're the one working it. But then again, I also break down at inconvenient times. On the top hat, guys. Fuck. We could have been fancy. We could have been fancy. Oh, fuck. Now it's. I'll hold on to the options. You gotta go into like a boulder room or something. Cause you never know after all. Again, all I need is to like find a weapons merchant and I can make a ton of money just selling Sharo and Parashu. Cause I have very little use for either of them. To the contrary, what I need right now is a new darn one. And I think out of all of them, that is the one magic weapon that you have absolutely no guarantees on. Yeah, we got the four Mandalore mask. Let's go. I'm gonna be honest. T-shaped visors go hard. They always have and they always will. I am HO. I am HO. I will not apologize. It is the truth. Okay, sounds chanting in the distance. Oh wait, yeah, no, it should be fine. It should be fine, actually. you go. Ah. Okay, so... God, I think I should just make the call. Ah, Olympic swimming, cool. Just what I needed. But let's go kill some trolls. So... Okay, well... That lockpick did not last long enough to even unlock a single door. Wait. Were all of the goblins in here melee? Bro? The why was I worried? I mean, melee goblins aren't the least bit scary. At least in my personal opinion. But some might argue that is a controversial statement and no spell focus. That'll take 2 minutes to appraise, and that's 2 minutes I don't feel like wasting. Too bad I already wasted my my identify scroll. Okay, Tomov is enchant weapon. Do I want to use it on the claymore, or should I save it for? I don't know what to use it on because it's kind of pointless either way. Because all of my scrolls are kind of useless as is. Though, because it got me in here, and what's in here is a lever. But it's not the lever that's important, it's what the lever opens. there's a very deep irony to the fact that my only the fact that my charisma functionally caps at 5 is a little bit funny, honestly. It basically makes my basically makes Sanctuary kind of useless because they can't really buff the actual effect at all. Which means it stays at 3 and will never go above 3. You know, some are free to argue is whatever. Okay, so focus of needles. Plus 9 magic damage and flexed bleed. Oh, okay, okay. I really like that they added the magic focuses. It kind of helped magic feel a little bit less, I don't really know how to describe it. Just kind of weird and not really all that useful. Spellbook of invisibility, you say? No, it's not too bad actually, if I find. I do so. What comes it even? I'm doing okay. Hi, his name. Okay. I'm doing okay. Actually, wait a second. You know? I mean, 4 mana to inflict bleed on an enemy. That's not bad right there. Also 10 magic damage. It's honestly pretty decent overall. They actually did give charisma use. Too bad it has very little to actually do with, you know. That was rough. I absolutely hate the fire staff goblins. Then again, whoever actually enjoyed those guys, like seriously, they're terrible. They're terrible. They're dangerous. And they actively damage Barony crime statistics. I don't like the goblins. I do not like goblins. They're mean. Ah, the orb. So now I gotta go find out where the orb's thingy is hidden. So, I'm now coming upon one of the bigger questions I'm gonna have to ask myself here. Do I want to attempt to clear out the temple? I had very little faith in my ability to do so. And unfortunately, I don't really have anything like the salamander's levitation ability to work with, so... This is an interesting scenario I find myself in. Because levitation is useful, but like I don't know if I want to like take any chances with anything more than that. Man, they just got spawn camped! I'd say I feel bad, but bats are annoying. I should remember that force bolt. I'll say I gotta remember. Look for the thing. Decrepit circle of thaumaturgy. That is useful. Not in this given scenario, however, because again, I'm focusing on playing Dryad, so it is just a little bit easier if I just ignore any hats at all. I think one of my favorite parts of Barony is when the class that you're playing as becomes functionally worthless because of some issue or just something you didn't really consider. And now suddenly halfway through the run, you have this like basically reclass into something else. One of my favorite things that happens in almost every run of Barony. Now that moment when you realize you're not playing Paladin anymore. You're playing as something significantly less good. I should just toss the obsidian. I mean, they're not really worth holding around. They'd only be useful to keep around if you're playing Gnome. And even then, honestly, I don't even know if even then they'd be able to really make anything of value. At least as much as it just be a thing that you have access to. Another lockpick has fallen into my hands. So let's see here. Baseball, fuck from power. Casting abilities. And what's thaumaturgy based on? It's Constitution. Well, Constitution is my best stat right now. And I do have the infected branch bow if it comes down to it, which... Honestly, the branch bow is really OP. It was OP in the betas, it's still OP now. I don't know if it's easy to disregard, but like... It's hard to ignore just how effective it is to just be able to have an option that just slows and poisons enemies really easily. Okay, we're not doing anything with the tinkering kit. It's a meme in most runs, and in all honesty, this is not the run for it. If I wanted to play tower defense, I'd play tower defense. And I enjoy playing tower defense. Just not in this specific case. Alright guys, it's time for the best part of every run. Which one's a mimic? I swear, every single time, at least one of those guys is a mimic. Well, that's what the branch bow's for. Worst part is there's not really much you can do about it either. He's just here, doing what he wants to do. All that loot, gone, forever. Stolen from this plane. Bring up conflict might not just to be a bit of a problem now here. Opal. I mean, it's not worth nothing, but it's also like not worth a lot. It's like just barely in the area of maybe worth it. Maybe worth it. Come on, you ghouls! Entertain me! If I wanted... Oh, frick, it's Coral. Coral! Coral! Also, just get the thaumaturgy levels if nothing else. I don't know what to do! One of them caught up behind me! I don't know what to do! This was a test. Yeah, we're just gonna say it was a test. Also, it does actually seem like it's pretty legitimate to actually say that the Paladin might actually be, just unironically, one of the best suited classes to take on the Haunted Castle. Not though? Never really use the Infected Branch Claw anyways, because it's kind of one of those things that, like... It's only useful if you have that class, otherwise it's not really something you want to hold on to. In my opinion, is... It's more useful as a, It's like an optional thing. Get ID key. ID key. Always locked for some reason. Man, I'm in the worst lockpick luck, jeez. Every single time, they're just breaking all over. Alright. Wait. Didn't I get a Ring of Conflict? Do I need a Ring of Conflict? Yeah, I guess we're just going in. There's just not much, back into it. Right, is it all of it for here? Is this section clear? I think this is a ring of conflict. Yes, this is a ring of conflict. I remember my first time running through this. I was doing this was as a Salamander Paladin, and I was using Durnwin. My main concern is that the Durnwin was a little bit too useful, and that probably is the case, honestly. Because let's be honest here. Darnwin already has Smite on it, so when you combine it with Divine Zeal, it just... You can't go wrong with double Smite in this scenario. It's really hard to go wrong with double Smite in this scenario. Also doesn't really help that the current sword I'm using is... Oh, decrepit. Oops. Well, there are some benefits to using a decrepit sword. Okay, there are no benefits to using a decrepit sword. Realize Tom lost the game of Russian roulette. You know, this Tom fellow really seems to die a whole lot. I've encountered his grave at least a few times, it feels like. It's never obvious when the zombies show up, though. It really feels good clearing this area out, though. Also, Ring of Conflict, always one of the more useful things to have in this game. Because it gives you a lot of bonuses. I don't get that as much anyways. Still got so much stuff, I don't know if I'm gonna... Oh, frick. Okay, Yep, I had a feeling. I had a bad feeling there. Eesh. Okay, so I have like real conflict. Can never go wrong after all. Gah. Fuck. Frick! Freaking poison is getting me! It's always something dumb that gets you in the end. I think that's kind of the first rule you would learn as a Barony fan. The thing that kills you is probably gonna be stupid.
Well, good luck.
40 minutes. Gone. Talk about other issues though is mostly just the part where my claymore breaks too easy. Definitely do think that there may be an issue with the claymores. I think it has to do with the fact that parrying does no damage. And because attacks that do no damage don't get anything out of it. That might cause the thing to degrade faster. Or not, I honestly have no clue. Honestly. I genuinely have no clue how it works. Because weapon degradation in this game is interesting to say the least. Sometimes you just look out and there's a rat hiding in one of the barrels. And when you do one of those wide attacks, the rat gets hit. And in a way you feel a little accomplished because of it. Because you basically just spawn camped him. In a way, it's kind of a nice feeling. I just feel like my days off go away way too fast. Probably not really anything in particular. Mostly just because, you know, that's just how life is. Doesn't really ever give you much opportunity to let up. Just see stuff, blocking swords, thaumaturgy. I guess a little bit of lore and leadership, which. The leadership is thematically accurate. However, it doesn't really work too well right now because, to my knowledge, there are none of the DLC races currently appear as NPCs yet. There is a part of me that really wishes I had money when this game, when the Kickstarter was going for this game, because I'm gonna be honest. I would have been very happy if I could have been able to get an NPC added to the game. Cause that was one of the rewards for some of the backers. I mean, naturally it was like high up on the backer chart, of course, but like, you know. But that's kind of, you know, what I say, it would have been kind of cool if I actually had money at the time. They can open doors? I mean, of course the mimic can open doors, you know? A lock is just a... Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Oh, frick! Sheesh! Hey! I managed it! I clutched it! And then it ended up being 2 skeletons that got me in the end. How typical. Alright. I'm sorry for the short stream today, guys. I have work tomorrow. I have work tomorrow. I'm also heartbroken. Yes, I'm sorry, guys. But there is nothing I can do. I have work tomorrow. 4 hours is short. Yes, Karsleen, 4 hours is short. Frankly, anything below 8 hours may as well be considered. No, wait, what? Gnomes can sense gold when blind? Why was I not? Okay, wait, hold on. I need to verify that. Now I'm curious. Hold on. I think Joker starts with a blindfold. I gotta verify this. No! That's freaking wild! I didn't know the dirty gnome run had this much variance. I should become a full-time streamer like DSP. I mean, it'd be cool, but like... We all know that's never happening. Because I am a poor person. Ah. I didn't know that the gnome could just freaking sniff out gold when freaking blindfolded, though. I'm poor because I don't beg for donations with DSV. Again, I'm not gonna do that. It's just, I'm not gonna do that, no. Okay, but you gotta understand, pulling stuff like that's okay when I do it because I'm cute, so it works. No, I'm allowed that one. I'm allowed. Actually, let's give Mesmer a shot and see what happens.
Best of luck.
So, Mesmer's a pretty charisma-heavy class, though, so I don't really know for sure how efficient. It would end up being. Cause like early game it's whatever, cause like you don't really have much of anything anyways. You just got burnt off of base stats, but like if charisma ends up having issues where like it's, you know, it falls off really hard, I don't know what to do then. But the Dryad also has the unique spell, also has the healing variant of Germinate, so maybe it could work out in the end. But then a part of the problem also has just come to the fact that, you know, you gotta deal with it, I guess. Come on! What are we doing? I swear! It's not gonna look good on your resume, you know. Says everyone's HP looking good enough, I suppose. Alright, I probably should. You know, whether or not I use it is kind of its own question, but I probably should actually give myself the ability to get anything with Terminate, because Terminate matters. At least like half the reason why I even would bother using the Mesmer in this case. Well, yeah, Mesmer Dryad. Apparently they're planning on adding something to do with the mail.
My Minotaur is hungry. What a pity you should be here with the
Also gotta remember that pole arms are a thing for the Mesmer. Okay. What about as well as you expected to go? Okay, well, we have established one thing here. Dryad Mesmer is a weird concept. Yeah, Delivery Man gameplay. Mailman core. I'm gonna narrate off, guys. I will catch you guys later. I'll give it some numbers over on YouTube. Or, sorry, Twitch. Wait, do they also have a YouTube as well, or? Actually, I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Then I'm on YouTube. I'll go on and give it to. I'll give it to Razor. Anyways, tomorrow no stream. It's gonna be Discord exclusive. It's gonna be about everything. Maybe I'll just be hanging out in Discord. You may bounce pop in. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you all very much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. So, good night.